Actually, should I do trueRNG on Chinese? I don't think so. I think that is potentially very scary, actually. But also... would I be able to tell which piranhas drop what? If piranhas drop anything? In terms of spheres? I wouldn't be able to tell on a glance if a weapon has lightning strike or stuff like that. No, I'm not doing trueRNG on Chinese. Okay.
Make coming. Hey! Hey! Ones don't.
Well, this reminds me a lot of my set seed. So much for trueRNG.
Don't bother going after all of them.
Okay, never mind.
Some.
I was hoping. Dang. Okay. I wonder if it's reasonable to avoid that save sphere in trueRNG. Bang. I don't know what these guys' like hit rate is. Or if I'm just incredibly lucky on my seed, where they all just miss.
Hey. Hey!
My old man?
Too early. Oh well.
Give me a...
Should probably potion. Should have potioned there. I'll just do it now. Okay. Rare steel there is lovely. What health do you use this guy? Okay. There we go. Yo, no face. I'm at 3 nades. I'm at 4 nades. Darn. That could be a speed sphere. Nope. Okay, I need 2 nades. Okay. Anti crit here? No. One speed. Okay. Now we just eat nades. Damn. Low roll there. What if we crit here though? I've been so spoiled by playing set seed. Imagine not overkilling Tross.
Hey, it's this way.
Okay. Oh, I have not missed failing escapes though. Okay, one power sphere. Huge. Yeah, ain't that the vibe? I'm so happy to finally have a day off work. I'm not excited for the rest of the week. I mean, this is my one day off this week, so I'm taking that opportunity to play Final Fantasy X trueRNG.
Maybe.
I just realized I've been I wanted to do this run so I could do like commentary over it, and I haven't. I'm a genius. Well, fortunately I have do it in post. That sort of like defeats the purpose. But I mean, it would be like a better commentary, but the point is to show that I can do the run and do commentary at the same time, right? I mean, I'll just do a second run. It's fine. This is the warm-up.
Good.
Where's that boat?
not too shabby. Might make a good... A fly! That... Told ya, if you can't beat them down, Matt, let's have our... Luke,
Clueless, aren't. Spells of ice and ice fiends.
I get fire and ice.
Lightning and water are. This one here is.
Oh. No. I'm barely awake at this point if you couldn't tell. Okay, -2. -5. Okay, it's whatever. 2 misses as well. +1 and a crit. +2. Yeah, gonna 6 hits. Mari will die now. Yo, Masu. Thank you.
A flyer.
True, why don't we let our sup...
Alright.
Your first
Unfortunately, we have not hit level 3. Yo, hell yeah. It's a good game. Yo, a variable mob? Alright. Come on, squad. You can do it.
I wanna.
Waka?
Fuck.
Yeah!
Okay. I wonder. No, it's probably best to just. I was thinking like you could delay Titus level until you like have strength. And I don't know if that's even like worth considering. Yo, Garg. Thank you, thank you. I shouldn't own under damage at least. Go. Only 4 moves. Fantastic. Titus does not have strength, so we do a couple more cheers. Oops. Cheers, 2 more attacks. Oh, fuck. It's gamble. Might be fine. No, it's not gonna be fine. If Waka went before Titus there, it might have been fine, but... Oops. Oh, and I get a spiral cut crit. Okay. Sure. Water ball.
sorry.
For what?
Normally, it says, but when Aranso uses it.
Hey!
I mean, I can reset this and just. Oh, and okay. We can fix it. Okay. Pre and bombies. I've practiced for this.
Anyone thirsty?
Live and let live!
Not an overkill on that guy. Power. Do I go for one thunder here? No, it's not worth it. I risk it. Well, it's not really a risk, but... Dark touch up, maybe? Nope. No bonus powers either.
Lord, oh.
Yoshi dumper. Hmm. What a picky lady. Yeah, probably. Okay.
I'm on a roll.
Yeah, Walker, you sure are. 3 speeds.
Oh yeah.
Two speeds. 12. I want 6 more. I'm gonna go for it.
Oh yeah.
I kinda hate killing these guys, but why not? I don't know what my levels are. Okay, 4 and 6. I've gotten a lot of weapons, but not a dark touch. How much money do we think I have?
You can't do it, kid. Best.
I'm gonna unequip Walker Scout and sell it, probably. I think that. I think I'm close to not needing the chest. I hit the pad up a bit too early. Alright. We're watching the Blitzball tutorial. Incredible.
The stores in the state. The people here so into. Gotta.
Alright. Well, I'll have haste for Machina 3. Kind of a shame I didn't get it earlier, but not really that big a deal. Considering I killed so many things. I guess a lot of them were water elementals. Or not water elementals, yellow elementals. And I missed an overkill on like 2 lizards. Which kinda sucked. Need to touch this to get MP. Not in that way. That's a bit much.
Hey!
We got ourselves a lightning steel. Yo, we got it. Thank you, thank you. Damn, he's still on me. Guess we're swimming. Let's go get this guy too while we're here. Beep, 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 beep. An awkward spot for speed spheres because I don't like being at odd numbers. I mean, we could do just Boyers. Because there's a decent chance we get 3. Was that 14? I would have loved to do bite bugs, but yeah, we're probably just gonna do Boyers. If we get 3, then I just kill a bee or something. Makalania.
The goers are just
Get 4, I probably... I mean, I do the same. If I get 2, I guess I distill Seymour. Yeah, it's probably it. Oh no. Big Sun, okay, he's passing. Okay, Bada gets it. Huge. I can pass the Jossie from here. Really? Really? Oh, I hate getting stuck in this loop. Go somewhere else, man. Okay, now I got you. That's a problem. I'm gonna have to gamble. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on, keep up. Oh! Okay, well, we're not scoring. Damn, I did all those friggin' breaks for nothing in the end. Honestly, I probably should have just... as soon as I saw the other guy. Probably should have just tried to score when I had the chance. You're doing a 2-man break there? On 15? Come on, lady. My king. Yes, 10 pass, so we can do some shit here. Sure. Actually. Let's just score. Let's just be safe. Okay, well I guess this isn't safe. Passing to Abbas. Okay. Okay. Or no, I'm not supposed to do this. Oops. One. Two. I'm not used to not having Thunderball strats here. All my muscle memory is telling me to do. I could do this actually. Okay. 3, Okay. Should have gone on B there, but whatever. I was on A and switched. Okay, this is gonna be what, 21? So 2 more than I've clicked in. Yeah. Okay, so at 6. One, 2, 3. Now it's okay if Titus dies. One more attack. Nope, 2 more attacks. Uh-oh. Not even close. Okay. I need 2 power spheres. We could just yeah, we'll just mix on Riku tutorial. It's the simplest solution. I don't know why I level walk up here instead of when I changed the formation. I guess I could change the formation there.
It's also.
No way. What?
Told ya.
Great start. I don't love that. Thank you.
Don't break any bones, old man.
Live and let live.
Hey, I'm a guardian now, so watch out. I'll be right back.
Yo, Gargan. Thank you.
Live and let live.
Does indeed feel like hell. I also think I should probably play Chinese, because initially my thought was like, I don't know if I want to play in Chinese on
I won't go so
trueRNG,
easy on you next time.
because I wouldn't be able to like parse but spheres like the piranhas and stuff drop. And if I get lightning steel or thunderball or whatever, but the drop from obliterator is like, if it's a ball or a sword, then that's going to be what it is, right? So I really don't need to worry about that. The only thing I need to learn is like power and speed spheres, and I can just check that depending on
I won't go so easy on you next
how many
time.
I have in the menu, like when I actually use them, right? So like even if I'd have tough time reading it on the actual drop screen, but I guess it's also 'cause there would be a chance that, like, let's say I kill a lizard elemental in Kilika. How do I know if the lizard dropped a power or a speed sphere? I just wouldn't until I learn how to read.
Live and let live.
Which, I mean, I could just learn how to read. There is also that option.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Like, how hard is it to tell the difference between speed and power spheres? Surely not that bad. What are other, like, potential issues? Oh, Kimari was all the way at the back already? I should switch Kimari out, actually. So I can switch him in. Power looks like Lambda. Ah. Okay. The only other thing would be like return or friend, but I need to learn how to read the difference between those anyway. Also, if my submission actually gets into ESA, I would. It's a really funny thing to think about. Like, oh, what do you need to practice for your run? Oh, well, I need to drill my Chinese vocabulary. And I find that to be just hilarious in concept. So I should just commit to it. Oops. Actually, yeah. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna
I won't go so easy on you
YOLO
next time.
one push MRR, lose the run, go to the bathroom. I probably need to take a quick trip to the store. Change my language to Chinese,
I'll be right back.
and then we try again. And I'm gonna finish that run no matter what. And I'm gonna do commentary during the whole thing to get a sample of me doing commentary while doing a run
Thank you, Fear.
and prove that I can do it. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I think that's a good plan. I like that plan.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Because, yeah, the only thing I would potentially struggle with on trueRNG Chinese is like... No, I could tell. I could tell between return and friend spheres. That's fine. And if I were to happen to get like an insanely lucky like lightning steel drop from a lizard or something, and yeah, I'm fucked, but... Oh, we're getting last boxed so hard, bro. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna BRB for a while. So, I'll see you when I see you. Oh no. Okay. That was a bit longer than expected, but it's okay. Fix some stuff. And also, let me check out this. Chinese cheat. By Crimson, I think. Yeah. Does this show spheres? No. I guess actually the easiest way for me to check this is... Oh, let me turn on my cam again. To just turn this into Chinese. Which is this one? This is Korean. This looks Japanese. Yeah. Who's Jesco and why is Jesco my autosave? Am I Jesco? Okay, so I'm assuming the three last signs are just sphere. Yeah, it's just sphere. That's the sign for sphere. That's power. Yo, brevity out. Thank you. So power is with that sign. Let me move here. Power, this is speed. Speed is long line at the bottom. Power is easily identifiable. Speed is squiggles with long line at the bottom. Let me write that down in my notes. Actually, I'm gonna make a copy of the Chinese translation cheat sheet. Let's just add this power sphere. Speed sphere. Anything else I care about, actually? Actually, let's check lightning strike. Oh, why would I care about that? guess this would be lightning steel. I don't know if I would care about having notes for what lightning steel looks like. I'm honest with you. Because all the other drops, like drops from Obliterator, they're gonna be Lightning Strike if they're weapons. So I just need to keep an eye out on whose weapons it is. There's a chance I get a Lightning Steel from a previous fight, but like, odds of that low. So let's not worry too much about that, at least for now. That's my luck sphere. That's my strength sphere. That's magic, that's HP. Sub 3 hours training. I'm not gonna get a sub 3. I am going to try to do my best to do live commentary on like everything this attempt. Because this would be used to submit for a speedrun event. Some dialogue is faster, and since the text is shorter, you can advance earlier. Like you can do it in English too. Like as soon as like the text is done scrolling at the bottom, you can advance to the next text. And since Chinese just goes faster because less symbols needed. For CSR, it's not a huge deal, but it is faster. I just want to do it so I get used to it. Like I'm gonna, at this point I feel pretty used to it. Decently used to it. But we'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's start this from the beginning, shall we? And I'm gonna do a little cringe intro and everything. Part of me feels like I should have like done like YouTube Let's Plays for like 8 years or some shit before this, so I actually got used to talking in a non-live stream format. Going like, hello, my name is Nally Sounds. Here's what I'm going to be doing. Ooh. So hard to do that. All right. Anyway. All right. Hello, my name is Nally. or Nally Sounds, Nally for short. This is going to be a speedrun of Final Fantasy X on the cutscene remover mod, also with trueRNG enabled. I will go into more detail about what that is as the run progresses. But first, let's get started. Here's just a little menu that you can see from the CSR or speedrunning mod. When time begins, when you click go. Alright, so if you are... Oh, oops. Let's not rename our character. Or Titus. I'm still gonna call him Titus. Anyway, this is Final Fantasy X, and the speedrunning mod, or CSR, short for cutscene remover, does exactly what it sounds like. It removes like 99.9% of all the cutscenes in the game, making it a lot shorter and be in my opinion, a lot nicer to do runs. Because runs go from being like 9 to 10 hours to around the 3-hour mark, which is a lot more manageable. So we're just going to be playing through the start of the game here. Nothing too crazy to talk about. And I also mentioned trueRNG earlier. Normally, the RNG, or random number generation, short for randomness, pretty much. The randomness in this game, especially on the HD remaster, is very predictable. Due to a bug, there are only 256 possible seeds in the game, and everything, like, it's entirely deterministic, so anything you do will, like, calls for randomness or RNG will change the RNG in a predictable manner. So that leads so that you can manipulate critical hits, enemy targeting, damage rolls, item drops, all that stuff. But we're playing on the trueRNG version right now, which means that we don't get any of that. We get true randomness, which might sound counterintuitive, because usually speedrunners and speedruns try to minimize RNG to the best of their abilities. And that is true. However, it is very different to speedrun this game while RNG manipulating, or tracking, as we colloquially call it, versus seeing what random events happen and or reacting accordingly and changing your plan on the go and all that stuff. Yeah, what enemy you encounter is RNG too. Like, for example, certain seeds will get like, if it's seeded in a way where if you get your 10th encounter at the same spot, that thing will always be the same enemy. And if it's an ambush or a preemptive strike, those properties are also true. And for the first real, I mean, we're still pretty much in the tutorial of the game, and we're just trying to go through it as fast as possible. a nice little thing you can do on the tanker here is not actually attack any of the sin spawns here, or sin scales, and you instead just pass turns with Titus by weapon swapping, have Orin attack himself, because it's the fastest action he can do. So you unlock attacking the tanker as fast as possible, because that's all that really matters that fight. I'm also playing, well, if you've seen the text, it's in Chinese, but the voice lines are in Japanese. Speed of the voice lines don't really matter, but the text being faster is the real kicker. As is also true in most speedruns. There are language differences. It's not that major in Final Fantasy X, but Chinese text is a little bit faster. Enough faster that I think it's worth it. Titus also took a lot of damage from the sin scales earlier, so I'm going to heal up there again, because we do want to make sure that we get enough overdrive meter, which charges on the default setting. It charges whenever character takes damage. You see the little bar there on the down right next to my name, which has become A by accident this run. And healing up there is a good place to do it, because this guy, Gano, always does half your health. So if you heal up to max, it'll do more damage and charge your meter more, which is nice. After that, we're just going to do some light menuing, healing up Titus, and setting the cursor mode to memory, which just means if I, instead of defaulting to the top option in combat, which is just going to be attack, it'll default to my last used action. So like if Titus wants to, or Titus like used a potion last turn, the cursor will default on the item spot, so I can quickly use an item again. And if someone used, or like if Lulu casted Thunder, then it'll be default over Black Magic and then Thunder, etc. We also changed the crit. We also changed the Aeon summoning sequence to short, which the first time we'll summon an Aeon, we'll still get the full animation, but all subsequent times we will get a shortened animation, which is quite nice. Now we have Riku in our party, and we want to, before the next quote-unquote boss, we want to make sure we have 6 grenades. And stealing from Click here gives you, the normal steal is 1 grenade, which has got 2 normal steals there. While the rare steal is 2 grenades. And getting a decent amount of crits there, which is nice. Didn't get the rare steal though, so I had to steal twice. Got lucky enough where both worked. Can go into a bit of a detail of how that works. The first time you steal from an enemy, it's pretty much guaranteed to work. But subsequent times it gets harder and harder. So the fact that I got 2 successful steals in a row is quite nice. Then we skip all the cutscenes about us getting taken to the boat, getting some food, and getting sent on a mission down here to some ruins to find a thingy. Unfortunately, stealing from these piranhas also give grenades. Overkill there. Overkills, every enemy has like a threshold of what constitutes as an overkill. It's not like, oh, you just have to kill an enemy with enough damage. That was 2 power spheres, I think. And 1 speed sphere. And if you get an overkill on an enemy, you get double the AP, or XP, and you get double the item rewards. I don't actually... I know that the 2 drop was power spheres, for certain, but I'm not entirely certain what the second drop was. I'm gonna refrain from putting that in my tracker for the time being, until I can open up the menu and see for sure what it is. And I need 1 more grenade. Now I'm at 6 total. Got a preamp here, which is quite nice. So we only get 1 enemy attack there. But yeah, these early fights just kind of fly by with all the... That was a speed sphere. Yeah, that was for sure a speed sphere. This is one of the potential downsides of playing on Chinese text, though. If you're not... if you can't read Chinese, that is. If you can read Chinese, it's completely fine. It's just a time save. But I need to pay a bit extra attention and try to recognize, like, patterns and whatnot. To try to deduce what items I'm getting, pretty much. It is all for the sake of speed. Ambush here isn't my favorite, but it's fine. And this is Tross. This is why we want 6 grenades. Because with grenades, Riku just throws a grenade each turn and they do a lot of damage. It's early on, so speeds up this fight significantly. It's also a decent chance of Riku getting a critical hit with one of these grenades, which would be lovely. Because, again, on the topic of, oh, I accidentally did pincer attack. Oops. Oh well. Little mistake there, just adding an unnecessary animation. But it is fine. But getting a critical hit, I got no spheres. I've never done the mistake of accidentally pincering attacking there before. That might change if you get spheres or not, but I didn't get any spheres. Usually, Cross drops 2 power spheres. And I guess due to my mistake, I just don't get those 2 power spheres. And to actually go into a little bit of detail of why I'm keeping an eye out on power spheres and speed spheres specifically. If you've played this game before and you are aware of the leveling system, it's basically this huge grid where a level equals 1 move on the grid, unless you're backtracking, in which case it's like a different number. It's more efficient to go backwards, but you usually don't want to go backwards. And then you can use spheres that you get from defeating enemies to activate nodes on that grid. That's why it's called the sphere grid. Yeah. And that's actually like that's how you increase your stats, that's how you get new skills. all that stuff. And speed and power spheres. Well, power spheres correspond. They allow you to activate strength, defend, and HP nodes, which is pretty useful because we want to. The point of the route, pretty much, is to power level Yuna towards the end of the run. So her stats transfer to her Aeons. So if you level up Yuna a bunch of strength and speed, then her Aeons will also get really strong and really speedy. And speed corresponds to agility, accuracy, and evasion. We don't really care too much about evasion, but agility is very important, as it determines turn order and how much quote-unquote time your actions in battle cost. I'll go into a bit more detail about that later in the run, but in order for our plan of power leveling Yuna towards the end, we need a certain amount of power and speed spheres. So we gotta keep an eye out on how many we get, to make sure that we actually get enough. And if we don't get enough, to know how many more we need to get. All that stuff. Yep, now we're in Eastade Village. I got a couple unlucky escapes on the piranhas through the lagoon, but such is life sometimes. We're gonna enter our first Cloister of Trials. I mean, these are how you, in the story, like, unlocked Aeons, and also mechanically how you unlock the Aeons, I suppose. Little puzzle rooms involving picking up the spheres, placing down spheres in certain spots, interacting with things, opening doors, all that good puzzly stuff. And since this is the first one, this is a pretty simple cloister, pretty much a tutorial cloister. Just gotta move this sphere into the door opens. Interact with this wall, and the wall disappears. And we get another sphere that we can put into a pedestal to finish the cloister. Yeah, exactly, Mushroom. Like, even in a casual playthrough, that's usually it's usually a pretty good strat. Because if you follow Yuna's grid, like laid out for her naturally, she gets way more magic attack than Lulu, which is Yuna is the like traditional summoner / white mage, Final Fantasy job, and while Lulu's the black mage. So you'd imagine that Lulu would get. Lulu does get all the black magic spells, however, she gets less magic attack stats than Yuna. You just follow their like intended grid. So if you in a casual playthrough just want to buff out your Yuna, you can just give her some black magic early on and it's going to be very strong. Unfortunately, it kind of removes Lulu's use case outside of certain like very specific scenarios, but a casual playthrough is going to look very different compared to what we do in the speedrun anyway. Here's some more tutorial fights. This guy gives me a guaranteed power sphere. If that was a crit and I overkill the dog there, I would have gotten +1 power sphere, which again worth to keep in mind. Same with this guy. Bird gives me 1 guaranteed speed sphere. Overkill equals 2. You get the gist. Yeah, I can only solve the cloister because I speak perfect Chinese. This fight here is teaching you about elemental weaknesses and resistances and all that stuff. So most like magical enemies will be resistant to physical attacks, which is why Titus hits for like 47 there. And in Final Fantasy logic, water is weak to lightning and vice versa. And fire is weak to ice and vice versa. And here is Kimari. The Kimari tutorial fight's a bit different. I'm gonna be needing to count... Oh, that was a -7. How far away, -9, I am from the average damage rolls, +4, so we are on -5. -6. I am going to have to potion after this attack, most likely. Yeah. If I'm at 7 damage above average after those attacks, I don't need to potion here and I can just attack again. Okay, I got a crit on the last hit, so... Okay. Well, I couldn't have known that, because this is true RNG. But if that wasn't a crit, it needed 2 more attacks to finish the fight. Or a critical hit. Now we get the summoning tutorial. Also switching party members in battle tutorial. We switch out Titus for Yuna. You can just do that on any party member's turn. And the party member you switch to gets their turn immediately. So we switch in Yuna, summon Valifor. And then we're gonna spam Thunder. Just because Thunder is the fastest spell. So this is classic early game Pokemon battle. You spam the same move 6 turns in a row, and you win. This is also why it's very nice to have in the settings like cursor memory on. This is just going to be on Black Magic and Thunder by default every turn. So I can just hold down Turbo and chill. It's also... we also charge Valifor's Overdrive this fight, which is going to be very important for the boat fight. Oh, let me... Menuing is very tough. I had to change my formation there, my team formation, so that Waka is out of the party for this next fight. Because if Waka's in the party here, they force you to Dark Attack this Garuda, infecting Blindness, to teach you about status conditions and all that stuff. But if Waka's not in the party, you can just escape. Saving some time. I also opened the Sphere Grid for the first time there, and leveled up Titus to give him Cheer, which is a absolutely vital skill. It's very good. It is a strength boosting skill. So like it boosts the strength of all the party members. increasing damage output, which we're going to use immediately on the next fight. First, we touch the save sphere. You're going to see me touch, or you've probably seen me touch save spheres all over the place. And I didn't really explain why, but it heals you. It heals your HP and MP fully. You don't actually need to open like the save menu or save or anything like that. But it's just a nice quick way to refresh all HP and MP. Cheer stacks up to 5 times. So you can use it quite a lot. We're going to be using it 4 times in not the Sinfin fight, but when Titus and Waka are underwater, we're going to be using it 4 times. And this fight's pretty straightforward. We do 1 Thunder on the Fin first with Lulu, into Overdrive on the Fin, which is why it's very important that we charge Valiforce Overdrive before this. It's kind of hard to avoid with the Garuda tutorial, but it's just a nice little coincidence. The scariest thing in this fight, at least in trueRNG, is there's a chance you roll really low on your damage rolls, which would suck, because it means Valiforce is gonna unfortunately get knocked out or faint. But hopefully 709 HP should be fine. So ideally, you defeat the Sinfin with just 3 Thunders after the initial Overdrive and Lulu Thunder. Oh yeah, we're fine. Otherwise, we would have gotten hit 1 more time. And we don't want Valifor to... We really don't want Valifor to faint again. A, because the animation is quite slow, and B, it resets Valifor's Overdrive, which we do not want, because we want to keep that Overdrive for the next time we summon Valifor. And here's Achilles. This fight's pretty straightforward. We will cheer 4 times with Titus, while Waka will first do a dark attack, just to save some HP, and he'll just start walking, or whacking away. We are 2 cheers in. Here's our 3rd cheer. Another miss. There's our 4th cheer. Now Achilles is gonna do Blender, which when we don't play trueRNG, aka like on set seed or do manip runs, then okay, the crit there is very nice actually. Because now there's a chance that this overdrive will kill. But when we play on set seed, we try our absolute hardest to manip crits and damage rolls in a way where we can kill Achilles before Blender. However, on trueRNG, you can't really do that. I mean, you could gamble, and because it requires getting a critical spiral cut, which is not. Oh, that's 2 weapons for Titus. Ooh, what are the odds of one of those being an Ice Strike? Because Ice Strike would be nice. Because if we get an Ice Strike weapon, it means that we will guaranteed overkill all the lizards in Killica. Because we will be killing a lot of enemies in Killica, most likely. If we get if we encounter enemies that we actually can kill, that is. Because it is the best place to get speed and power spheres. Yo, empty banger. I am over-commentating everything because this is a recording of a submission for ESA. Hell yeah. Here's Kimari's Lancet tutorial. Lancet is... I was about to say a Kimari unique thing, but everyone can learn everything just due to how the sphere grid functions, but Kimari has the unique benefit of it also being tied to his overdrive. When Kimari Lancets an enemy that has a certain skill, he can learn that skill in form of his own overdrive. So there Kimari got Seed Cannon. Oh, I also need to actually, okay, let's have a look-see. That's Ice Strike. I think that's Ice Strike. The one below I think is Water Strike. We'll find out. Okay, this is my preferred encounter here. Because we do want to get a lot of kills in Killica. Because this is going to be the best place, or simplest place to get speed spheres. There should be 4 speed spheres. Very nice. So I got an overkill on both the lizard and the bee. We also want to get... Oh, hello again. We also want to get AP on both Titus and Waka. Titus AP is more crucial, but it is good on Waka too. Another 4 speed spheres. But AP on Titus is going to be pivotal because we want to learn haste before we get into the Sahagin gauntlets after we do our Blitzball match. Which, you'll see why haste is very nice there. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. This is why we wanted to save Valivor's life on the boat, so we can just overdrive immediately here for a big chunk of damage. Getting rid of the side tentacles. So that Jano here comes out of its shell. And then we'll just do 3 fires and another overdrive to finish it off. Back to Pokemon battling. We do there's a bit of variance that can happen in this fight depending on initial turn order, but also what drops this guy is. Because we do want to see a Dark Touch weapon and 6 power spheres. Only got 4, but we got a weapon, which means it's a Dark Touch weapon. And getting a Dark Touch weapon there is very nice for money down the line. Because we don't really go out of our way to fight stuff that isn't completely necessary. In fact, now that we have Flee on Titus from the last level up, and which is just a skill that Titus can use to guaranteed escape the whole party from an encounter. Now that we have that, we will not be killing random encounters really at all after we leave Kilika. Just because it takes too much time. Outside of very specific scenarios, where if we need more spheres of a certain kind or etc, etc. But we can talk about that when that comes up. Now we're in the Kilika Cloister. Not much to say here. It's a bit more involved than the Besaid Cloister, but still not too complicated. It's a lot of moving spheres around. Well, that's all the cloisters, but this one in particular. Just need to move the Kilika sphere outside of this socket so you can put the glyph sphere, I think it is, into that door, break the connection to the flamethrowers on the floor there. And we need to bring a Kilika sphere to the end to burn up the door. And then we actually need to turn off the fire as well. Unfortunately, we can just leave with this sphere. We don't need to go put it back or anything. And now we have Ifrit, who we are unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your stance on Ifrit, not gonna see Ifrit, at least on our side, at all. Unless I do a mistake, which hopefully shouldn't happen. Okay, these are Goras. We don't want to fight them. Titus' little scream there is very apt. Hate running into Regoras. They just take way too long to kill, and they don't give any speed or power spheres, so we don't really care about them. These guys, I love them. My favorite guys. I would like some more power spheres though, but speed spheres are always welcome. Well, 4 more speed spheres. The bees are guaranteed speed spheres, but the lizards, or Deinonyx is their real name, their rare drop is power spheres. And due to my okay, we have more than enough speed spheres, so we're not gonna kill too many more things. AP is nice though, so no. If it was a lizard, I might have considered it on the chance of getting power spheres, but if it's just a bee, then I'm not gonna bother. Okay, and since I got the Dark Touch weapon, I know that I will have enough money in Luca. If not, I would have probably unequipped the Ice Strike Ball from Waka and Ice Strike Sword from Titus in order to sell them, but since I got a Dark Touch from Achilles, or a Jano, I don't need to bother with that. I should, however, actually check, because there's a decent chance that Titus has enough AP to get haste now. And if we can get haste now, that would be kind of neat. It's gonna speed up the Luca fights a decent amount. Oh, we do. This pretty much means that we're gonna have haste for all of the Machina fights leading up to the Blitzball match. Speaking of Blitzball, we make sure to not watch the Blitzball tutorial there. Just double checking that Titus actually got MP. But it's not a huge deal if you don't get haste for those fights. I just find it quite nice to do. It's a nice little byproduct of getting a lot of spheres. But yeah, we are set on speed spheres for the entire rest of the run, so we do not need to worry about that at all. Power spheres are another matter, though. But fortunately, the Sahagins after Blitzball game are guaranteed power sphere drops, and if you get an overkill on them, that means 2 per fish, which is very good. There we sold some equipment, including the dark touch weapon, to buy a sword for Titus, which has slow touch on it. And slow touch is also going to be vitally important, mainly for one fights, or only really for one fight, but it's potentially nice to have for other fights. Slow touch being or slow being the opposite of haste. I don't think I actually went over it, but haste pretty much, it halves how much your actions cost to do. So if I haste Lulu here, and I don't know the exact numbers in my head, but let's say a non-hasted Thunder costs 10 time to determine like the turn order or whatever. If she's hasted, it only costs 5, and that's pretty huge, because it allows Lulu to make very quick work of these, minimizing turns spent in battle and all that stuff. And slow does the opposite. It makes it so that actions cost double the amount of time. And I should start switching to the actual terminology that we use and explain what that is. It has Final Fantasy X's like turn order and combat system, or CTB, is what determines turn order and all that stuff, and certain attacks or actions influence the CTB differently. Like just spending a turn defending costs less CTB than attacking. So if you defend, then you get your next turn sooner. Compared to if you were to do something else. And overdrives cost a lot of CTB. So that's if you can only get like one overdrive off for a fight, it's better to do it as the last thing you do in the fight, so you don't have to deal with all the like recovery turns of or the delay of getting your next turn. And here's why haste is quite nice, because we need, for a Blitz Raider here, we need to charge up this crane on the side here. Fortunately, we have someone who can cast Thunder on it. give it some charge. And then Titus will interact with the crane into a huge chunk of damage on a Blitz Raider. And then we just need 2 attacks to finish it off. Now what this guy drops can be quite nice. We want to see either a ball or a sword. We see a ring for Yuna, so we don't see any weapon. We see an armor. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. A weapon drop there would be a lightning strike weapon. aka it does increase damage to enemies that are weak to lightning. And less damage to enemies that are resistant to lightning. Which would be very useful in the Sahagins. Or if it was a ball for Waka, it would be very useful for the Sahagins after Blitzball. If it was a sword, it would pretty much only be useful for a boss fight down the line. But that's enough talking about the fun part of the game. This is Blitzball. We have to play one match of Blitzball. And ideally we win. Because the reward for winning is quite good. And does speed up the game. Or speed up the run quite a bit. Well, this guy is on my tail. I'm just gonna have to try to pass. Yeah. There's a chance his block doesn't go through? Okay. Most of it went through. So, you see like these numbers in the top right? They're like the stats of your blitzballers. So you have attack, which is how much endurance damage they do on a tackle. They have endurance, which is how much they could take. Oh, but sometimes they just do a lot of damage. Like that. Because of course, it is RNG. And unfortunately, while this is true RNG, so a lot of things in this game are RNG then. Unfortunately, even if you play on set seed, Blitzball is tough to impossible to manipulate. Depending on who you ask. Now for our actual plan here on how to win this, it's on the first sort of half of the match, we don't really want to do anything. We just don't want to get scored on and make sure that Titus does something. aka be it take a shot or pass the ball. Because we want to give Titus enough XP or Blitzball XP. This is such a weird match of Blitzball, but it's fine. To learn sphere shots for the second half, which is how we are going to try to score. Because starting out with Titus's shoot stat being 10, it's not enough to reliably score a goal. Unless you get some crazy situation. So it's just safer to not even attempt it. just try to waste time while going through the first half. We can see Titus, or A in this case, levels up. We set our formation to be the same as last time. And hopefully we win the blitz off. We do not. Then, if we don't win the blitz off, the fate is kind of out of our hands. We can do a couple things to increase our odds of getting control of the ball, but if the Luca goers want to score, they will score. However, it seems like they do not know how to properly strategize. Because yeah, this... It might be surprising that like you can even like win this. Let's try this, I guess. Okay. Huge. I'm gonna do something slow, but potentially... okay. Slow, but potentially necessary. Because I really did not like the situation I got put in there. So we're just gonna score there instead. Which is fine. Ideally, you try to score right as the clock hits 3 minutes and 1 second, so that you skip the next blitz off little animation cutscene. But you can't always be that greedy. Okay, he's trying to shoot from there, which ambitious, but it could have worked. Because Keepa, our goalkeeper, it's not very good. Okay, I have one guy on my tail, so I'm gonna have to swim around. Fortunately, it was Jasu who caught the ball. And Jasu is a very fast swimmer. So as long as you don't take any sharp turns, or any too sharp turns, any aggroed goers tailing you just will not catch up to you. Which is fantastic. Okay, and we finally win the blitz off. If we win the blitz off, and we already have scored, so as long as we don't get scored on, we know we win. So I'm just gonna take the ball and swim behind Keepa to try to stay as far away from their aggro range as possible. And just wait out the timer. It's a very fun minigame. I love Blitzball. But we won. And the important part of winning, or why it's good to win, is you get a strength sphere as a reward for winning. Which, a strength sphere, different from a power sphere. Strength sphere just lets you put down a strength +4 node wherever you want on the sphere grid. Which is incredible. It is very good. Oh, Orchid gets crit. And one crit there. And here, since we didn't get a lightning strike weapon for Waka, the best thing for Waka to do in this fight is just gonna be to well, there I should have attacked the leftmost, because he's not strong enough to one-hit the Sahagins. unless he gets the lightning ball, or if we had gotten a crazy amount of level ups for him on Killicup. So we just haste Titus at the start, and we'll let Titus chop away at the fishies. But we can do a couple walk-in attacks here, because since he can still two-shot them, it can be worth to save some enemy turns here and there. But I think at this point it's going to be better for me to just have Waka defend and pass his turns. Because even if Waka gets a crit, it's not enough to be an overkill. And right now I just kind of want to maximize my chances of getting more power spheres, which require Titus crits here, but I already got a couple. So here we just have to check how many we got. 22. So that is +5, because we kill 17. Oh, we're not overkill there. That means +1 as well. So +6 and then -2 because of my mess up earlier in the run on trolls, leading to not getting any power spheres. Means that, unfortunately, well, I should have had Waka potion Titus there, but no, he'll be fine. Titus will be fine. Titus needs to get an attack off here, or just to kill this guy faster. Other than that, the strat for this fight is simply you haste Auron and have him go to town. And it's okay if Titus dies. We don't want Auron to die, because he's our main damage dealer. And we also kind of don't want Waka to die, because if Waka dies, then he doesn't get AP from this guy. But we do want Waka to be at level 7, or to have 7 sphere levels, I should say, because we do want to get him one singular level up by giving him some +2 strength. That's pretty much it, though. That's all the love and attention Waka's gonna get. We also open 2 chests, sort of hidden chests. If you look at the minimap, they're not very hidden at all, but 2 chests back there. One is a HP sphere. Similar thing to the strength sphere. You can use it to put down a plus HP node wherever you want on the sphere grid. And a magic sphere, which same deal but for magic. However, I should say, actually, both of those things we're not going to use for that. We are going to use those for something else. The secondary thing that you can use all items for. You can use all items in Riku's overdrive called Mix, which very strong. And you'll see why. Let's not give Waka that attack. We just want him to have strength. And then we just swap our party around, so we have Auron in instead of Yuna. Because even if that tutorial lies to you, Auron is not actually in your party. And it doesn't get auto put into your party. Your party is Titus, Waka, Yuna there. So we need to switch them around. But yeah, here's Mihen. Mihen High Road. It's not my favorite place, because it's a lot of this. It's a lot of walking around. Oh, we also want to talk to this guy to get a weapon, which we will sell for money. But there's a lot of walking and a lot of enemies, and there are 2 enemies that we could get that have a chance of outspeeding Titus. Now, I have kind of glossed past this, but since we want to escape from all these fights, turn 1 preferably, like so. Getting outsped is annoying, not only because it delays our escape, but also the enemies that do outspeed us. That was a preempt, so we guarantee get the first turn. The enemies that escape us, or the enemies that can outspeed us, are potentially very scary. The small dogs, I've ran into a couple of them, but I haven't actually, I've outsped all of them so far. Can put us to sleep. So if they target Titus and puts Titus to sleep, we can't escape. And the other ones we haven't seen yet, but they are big dogs with 2 big horns, called dual horns. Crazy. They just do a lot of damage and can one-shot us. Oh, there we go. It went on Titus, but it didn't kill him. So, or it didn't put him to sleep. So we'll just chill with that. But yeah, on what I mean by like outspeed, getting outsped and stuff as well, is the initial turn order is not set. It is determined by something called the ICV, or the initial count value, I think. Which it's dependent on your agility stat. But you do roll for ICV. So, like, I don't know the exact stat conversion, but you can think of it as a way, if you have like 20 agility, you get put into, you can get between like 40 to 42 ICV or something. So you have 3 different values you can get for your initial turn order, pretty much. And Titus and the small dogs and the big dogs have some overlap in their potential ICV values, or ICVs. Which means there's a chance, every time I run into them, that they are faster than Titus. Same actually goes for Yuna, if Yuna's in the party. Yuna can outspeed Titus, which is usually not what we want. Our Chocobo Eater here, we're gonna lose this fight. Because we accidentally hasted Chocobo Eater, or accidentally, it's very much on purpose. We just want to speed this fight up as much as possible. Because fortunately for us, this guy can push us off this ledge, immediately ending the fight without putting us into game over. And just putting us on the old road down here. Which is completely okay. Those lizards there are another example of high agility enemies, so they will roll low ICV values. There's a chance that Titus outspeeds them, but it's more likely than not going to outspeed Titus. Fortunately for us, they're not that scary, but that's scary though, because that was an ambush. And here you see the dual horns. And how much damage they can do. Woo. Okay. We don't have the flee skill now, so we're just gonna have to manually escape, which is a 75% chance to work. There, both worked, which is nice. But an ambush and preemptive, respectively, are different modifiers encounters can have, which change how the ICV works. If you get an ambush, all the enemies' ICV get set to 0, so they all get to go before your party. Or if you get a preemptive strike, then all of your party's ICVs get set to 0. So everyone gets a turn before the enemies get a single turn. So preempts are nice, ambush is not very good. And that was potentially like the scariest ambush to get there as well, because the dual horns just do so much damage. I'm very surprised only Titus died. Yeah, that's me. And overall, this went pretty okay. I've for sure had worse Mihans. And here we come up. We're gonna come up on the biggest skip we'll do in the run. Pretty much the only like big skip. Goodbye, Aron. We're just gonna run away and leave him behind. Where normally you're supposed to keep going down this path, do Operation Mien, fight Sinspa and Gui, do all that stuff. And there's an invisible wall here that stops you from going any further here. However, fortunately for us, there's this dude here who patrols back and forth here. If we line ourselves up and talk to this guy, he can push us through. There are we need to do 2 different pushes. You can do this in one single cycle, but it's not consistent. So it's just safest to do this in 2 batches, because there's 2 walls that you need help to get pushed across. There we got very quickly past the first one, and then we just line up. I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, that's a good spot. Now for the second push, we just have to sit here and wait for the guy to walk around again. Oh, unlucky. My lineup was a bit bad, so now I'm stuck in a spot here, but we just need to wait for him to come back again. So it's an unfortunate time loss, but it's not the end of the world. Because fortunately I'm very close to being all the way past it, so I just need like a tiny push. I'll ask for like where to stand now. Don't really know. There are like lineups for all of this stuff, but usually if you get put here, it's not too precise to get pushed out again. Yeah, like I just needed a tiny push. So as long as I'm somewhere in his path, we're fine. Another ambush here, which we do not like. Okay, the dual horn didn't go for Titus. There he went for Titus. Okay. Rest in peace. I would love to not game over here. Okay, we're fine. As long as one party member managed to escape, then we won't game over. Yo, pancake. You're getting ads now? Someone found out you can play ads in Denmark? Dang, unlucky. Yeah, welcome to a no reset run of Final Fantasy X, trueRNG, where I'm over-commentating everything for the purposes of practicing commentary and submission for ESA. But yeah, now we're past all of Operation Mian. Even if it went a bit slower than normal, or than intended, still a lot faster than going through all of Mushroom Rock, all of Operation Mian. So we can just move straight on to Jose. Now, if you remember from Kilika, when we had the Lancet tutorial on how Kimahri can use Lancet on certain enemies, and since he's a special boy Ronso, he can learn their abilities. So we want to Lancet one of these guys to give Kimahri Stone Breath. Now, Kimahri in casual playthroughs, Kimahri is usually like he's a professional bench warmer usually. He gets bullied a lot for not being as potentially useful as like Tidus, Riku, Yuna, Auron, all that stuff. But Kimahri more than pulls his weight in this run, simply by the virtue of getting Stone Breath there. Now here's Chocobo. Oh, can push us along if we stay in front of it. Hell yeah. It's a bit tricky, but I managed to get a pretty decent Chocobo push there. Tony Hawk's Pro Chocobo or something. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, Stone Breath on Kimahri is gonna make a lot of fights, a lot of potentially very scary fights down the line, so much simpler. And so much faster. Also, like, Kimahri's not even that bad. He's not that bad. I've done plenty of casual playthroughs of this game where I've forced myself to actually use Kimahri, because normally he just ends up on the bench permanently. And Kimahri's good. Yeah, Kimahri's useful. He's just not Giga broken. Which Riku, if you've put in effort into leveling up Riku and learning her mixes, Riku is incredibly broken. So it's a tough comparison to make, but anyway, here's our next cloister. This one's probably my favorite. In the end, it's still pretty much just you pick up spheres and put them down again in a different spot. But this one has a lot of surprisingly fun movements in it. I haven't really talked much about the movement in this game, because it seems pretty self-explanatory. It's camera. You have a joystick, and it's camera dependent, but there's a couple quirks with how it works. Like if you, the game likes to snap Tidus to cardinals, Oh, oops. To press the A button. Or, sorry, the X button. Where if you, like, hold straight down or straight up, then Titus will keep walking in that direction, even if the camera is, like, turning or the camera angle is switched. So you... Oh, oops. Only need to hit that once. So here, like, I'm still holding down, and it's not relevant. Like, it's not getting updated to, like, the new camera angle. Until I change, like, movement angle. So you'll see runners usually, like, wiggle their joystick quite a bit during, like, sections where the camera is turning, just to keep Titus's angle updating pretty often to where you actually want to go. But it can be used, and I have used it to my advantage. The camera or the cardinal, like, locking property. I have used it to my advantage quite a bit already in this run. I just didn't really have a moment to talk about it in detail, but if you ever feel like just playing casually, like, the movement in this game is weird, it is a bit weird, but once you know and understand, like, how it works and why Titus seemingly is, like, walking at a completely different angle than what you're holding, and that's why. And it becomes quite fun. Like here, if I hold a certain spot down right, okay, I didn't really do it correctly. But there, after I had to do a turn there, and after the turn, I just kept holding the same upright angle, even if I wanted to go into the door, right, and upright wasn't where the door was in the new camera angle, but it was on the previous camera angle. So if I just don't switch my joystick angle, Titus will keep moving. And you do want to not wiggle and, like, turn too much. Ambush. Lovely. Because it is just... like, you want, like, optimal lines and all that stuff where you're not, like, snaking down an entire path. This turning does take some time. Getting a lot of ambushes. Fortunately, none of them went on Titus, which is quite nice, because I want to make sure that Titus is full health going into the next screen. That also means I'm gonna refrain from healing Auron, or Kimaru, actually, for that matter. Well, now I can heal Auron if I want to, but I'll be fine. Because I don't need them to guaranteed escape with Flea. But if I were to run into a dog like this, and it outspeeds Titus, the dogs have a 50-50 chance of either choosing a target like normally, aka randomly, or they attack the lowest HP targets. Which, if everyone is at full health, is Titus. But if the others have taken damage before, it's not Titus. So I can potentially save myself a couple heals here. Oh, the bees, however... Oh, preamp. Nice. Those bees are fast. I don't like those bees. And they don't have anything nice and exploitable like that. They'll just hit you. And poison you. Which sucks. I use a PlayStation 5 controller. Should also mention that D-pad movement is a thing in this game, which I do use sometimes for very specific things. But most of the time, it's joystick mode. Now I just need to make sure that Waka here has his normal ball. I don't want Waka to have Ice Strike on the ball we picked up in Kilika, because then he'll do significantly less damage to the upcoming boss, Extractor. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna ride the Shoopuf. And this fight can either be very nice. Yeah, this is Blitzwing. But this fight can be either very nice or complete chaos. Because this is why we have the slow strike weapon for Titus. We want to apply slow to this guy as soon as possible. After, of course, hasting himself. Which in trueRNG, we do not know if we can't guarantee that my first attack will slow this guy. So we're just gonna have to check. It did. Holy crap. That is so rare for me. I'm usually incredibly unlucky with this guy. One of the main reasons why I started running Manip was because I kept getting so frustrated about missing the first hit slow on this guy. That's fine. Alright, because now, with Extractor slowed, Waka and Titus hasted, we're just gonna do 4 cheers. And then we're gonna start just whacking away at it. As we unfortunately don't have a lightning steal on Titus, Brotherhood will have to do, just because of the 5% strength bonus. If you get lightning steal from a Blitz Raider or anywhere else, or Waka has lightning ball, this would be the fights where the extra damage really pays off. Since I got a crit earlier as well, I actually think you can see like their turn over there in the top right after he took a turn. Like, this guy barely gets to do anything. That is probably a lightning steal actually, which we don't need anymore. Which is really funny. Yeah, if with the ball, no. With the ball, you still do like a decent amount of cheers. Because then your main damage source is Waka, so you want to buff up Waka as much as possible. But if you do get a lightning steal, then you usually only do like 1 cheer. And then it's worth to start attacking. And this is actually perfect, because we can mix on this guy. Ooh, not with that. Not with that. We mix with this. Here we go. To get an overkill. And overkilling this guy will give us 2 power spheres. The fastest thing to do there is to just not kill the guy. Oops. And instead mix a potion. And then your party comes in after you mix. And you have Titus flee. But since we were short exactly 2 potions, that was just a perfect time to use it, or to get it. Menuing the stuff. I want to get Orin in, and I do want to get Kimari in. And then I want to put Yuna at the bottom again, so I could do quick out of combat heals. Right. Yeah, that one pretty good. That little menuing there was a bit iffy, but it's a lot. Okay, menuing is tough. Menuing is hard, especially when you can't read the language. But a nice thing now is that we are completely fine on power spheres and speed spheres, so we do not need to worry about that at all for the rest of the run. Now here in Guadosalam, there's a lot of story stuff happening here. A lot of story stuff. A lot of cutscenes. And it looks quite weird when playing on the cutscene remover. There is a skip to the Thunder Plains if you play without the cutscene remover, but there's still a decent amount of cutscenes. So yeah, we're just gonna... Yeah, it's the one where you get pushed by a patrolling NPC into the shop, and Kimari leaves the shop and breaks you like 3 of the talking state, and then while you're in that state you can leave Guadosalam. Instead we just get these running from very short point A to point B and fade to black. Right. And here's a nice little thing. This is the break screen for CSR speedruns. When the countdown timer stops, you see how there's a timer there counting down. You'll be loaded into Thunder Plains. This is very nice, because when you play with CSR, you get no breaks. Well, no organic breaks, pretty much. But if you play with cutscenes, you get a decent amount of breaks here and there. And this is usually a nice little time to... You can put on some music. And just chill a bit. For some reason it's very loud here. I don't know why it's so loud. Yeah. It's a nice little thing. But I am going to take this opportunity to go to the bathroom, which is usually what I do when this happens. And then we're going to go into the Thunder Plains. Okay. Alright. Well, it's not really too much more to talk about, so let's just keep going. Now, here are the Thunder Plains. The Thunder Plains, they scare me. They frighten me. Because there are a lot of enemies here that do things I don't like. There's fast enemies that petrify you. You can get ambushed. And if you get ambushed, you pretty much guaranteed wipe. Because these enemies here are quite strong compared to us, because we have not leveled up much. Or like we've leveled up a little bit, but we haven't leveled up that much. So our HP is very low, our defenses are very low. We have no armor on all of our dudes. We are very lucky that Titus is fast and has fleet. So that Titus usually gets the first turn, unless we run into one of those lizards. Or unless we get ambushed. The northern part is somehow less scary. You'll see why. The southern part is completely terrifying. Because yeah, a single ambush here can and most likely will wipe you. Send you right back to the start. However, this has been going pretty well. Yeah, that was... Oh, did I speak too soon? No, that was a preamp. Ooh, okay. Just a tiny bit from the screen transition there. Okay. Here on this little inn, you want to buy a couple Phoenix Downs, a couple of grenades. I don't know why I bought 4. 3 is completely fine for grenades. But whatever. There is a lightning-proof shield, which means we are now immune to lightning damage on Titus, which is fantastic. That was an ambush, which kind of sucks. But fortunately, there's no like AoE damage there. It's only on big single target hit from the Iron Giant. I do need to steal from... actually no, I do not need to steal from the Iron Giant, I remembered. It's more if you get ambushed by these guys. Because then lightning does a lot of damage. It does 0 now to Titus, which is fantastic. And the big dino there on the left can do a huge AoE party-wide lightning breath, which does a lot of damage. Oops. There's also that gimmick, there's lightning gear, where if you press X on the correct timing you can dodge it. I just kind of forgot that it was a thing there. Actually, I am gonna do this, actually. Oh my god, oops, that's the wrong item. Oh well. I kinda messed this up royally. Yeah, let's just flee. We're gonna heal. Because I want Riku to take... I need to charge Riku's overdrive, pretty much. And the Iron Giants here are very good targets to do that with. Or these guys will also do. I forgot about her sound effect when she gets hit by lightning. Sorry, Riku. This is perfect. So we're just going to defend it with everyone else here. The Iron Giant always attacks the lowest HP targets and does a lot of damage. And since your overdrive charges depending on many of your stuff, okay. And since the overdrive charges depending on how much damage you take, it's a very fast way to charge your overdrive. Okay, Thunderplanes went a bit weird due to my mistakes, but it's okay. We made it through, and we charged Riku's overdrive. And now we're in Makalania Woods. There are two important things we want to do here. We want to steal items from Chimera, this guy. And we want to steal from a water elemental to get a fish scale. I need to actually make sure that I didn't get the rare steal from the Chimera there, which is a lightning marble. Earlier in Guadasalam I opened a chest that gives me 8 lightning marbles, which are going to be very important. And then from the Riku tutorial I got 2 bomb cores, which do fire damage. And from the fish scales from the water elementals do water damage. And from the chimeras I want to steal a Arctic Wind, which does ice damage. However, the rare steal from my chimera is another lightning marble, which I do not want any more of. But there's my fish scales. I'm just gonna escape because Titus is petrified. Or we're gonna try to escape. Whew. Okay. I need to check my inventory real quick. I have 7 lightning marbles, so I did not get the rare steal from the Chimera, which is fantastic. I got the... because I accidentally used the lightning marble earlier on the Iron Giant. So I should have 7. If I had 8 there, I would have known that I got the rare steal. I also messed up my party formation switch, because I need to switch Riku out now. I was supposed to switch Riku out for Kimari, but I also need to heal. A lot of things going on. I want to switch Riku out of the party, because Riku is faster than Titus all the time, every time. Just from her default speed being very high. Or default agility. Which is good when I want to steal stuff from enemies. But not good when I've done all the steals and I just want to get through here as fast as possible. Because then Riku needs to take a turn before I can escape. And then I can touch this little butterfly here to get put into a minigame, which pauses random encounters, so I get to avoid one encounter there at the end. And here's a walkout. Want to buy some weapons, but not yet. We want to tell him that his prices are too high. Now we're going to sell everything we can. And we want to buy a first strike weapon for Titus. Which is the main reason why we want a lot of money going into this. Which is why we pick up a couple extra weapons to sell there. Because first strike means that Titus, as long as he has this weapon equipped, his ICD is set to 0 at the start of every fight. Which is huge. And here's Sphere Morph. That is my grenades. Spheromorph has a weakness. It's ice this time. Or it was ice, so it's fire. So we now need to mix a bond core, which is this thing, with an HP sphere, which will be a lot of fire damage. And that's Spheromorph. And that's why Riku is incredibly strong. You also saw me switch around my party members quite a lot and just have them take an action, even if it's just defend or whatever, in order, because how it's determined who gets levels or who gets AP depends on if they took an action during that fight or not. And since Spheromorph's a pretty big guy, and we know that we'll get an overkill on him, doubling the AP rewards, it's just a good spot to oh my god. It's just a good spot to get AP on a lot of party members. That we do want sphere levels on some of them. We need a bit of AP on Kimari, we need a bit of AP on Riku. Just to get Riku there, we gave a little bit more agility. Kimari, we gave use and steal, which are it's Riku's thing, but you can give it to Kimari, so he can also use items and steal items, which is going to be very useful. And we get to see its usefulness in this fight immediately. We switch out Riku from the party to Titus, because Titus is the one with first strike. So we can switch Titus out for Riku, effectively giving Riku first strike. And then we want a lightning marble from the use command. You need use as a skill in order to do that. Just gonna chuck a couple lightning marbles on this guy. First, we need to kill the negator. And Crawler here counters the lightning marbles by just charging at you, which is great, because we want to charge Riku's overdrive. And we also need to do a bit more damage, because if we do an overdrive mix with the lightning marbles just at the start, even if we had Riku's overdrive from somewhere else, it wouldn't be enough to kill. So we want Riku to get countered twice there. And we also use a marble on Kimari just for more damage. We let Yuna and Lulu get a turn each. Then we mix a lightning marble with a level 2 key sphere to finish it off. And that's it. We also switch Titus's weapon there due to how what we want Titus to get a turn anyway. So he gets AP. And we also want to switch the weapon for the next fight coming up, for reasons I'll talk about. But for now, the important part is that Titus gets a lot of sphere levels from that. And we're going to use our strength sphere that we got from Blitzball, and the level 2 key sphere we got from Spheromorph, to send Titus up here and absolutely power level him with strength and agility and some HP. Also gonna level Kimari a little bit. Want to give him HP and some speed. So 2 HP there, 4 agility there. For the upcoming fight and a fight down the line as well. The big thing is Titus getting a lot of strength there, which will make the Seymour fight, spoilers, coming up here, I won't even say like a lot easier. It'll make it doable. you can do it without, but it's just a lot faster to. Well, if you're allowed to use the sphere grid, there is like the famous like no sphere grid challenge for this game, and people do runs of that. So there are strats for that, for this fight without leveling up Titus, but as we are allowing uses of the sphere grid, we're completely fine. Now this is why we switch Titus' weapon away from first strike, because we want to give the enemies here first turn. Or specifically, if we have first strike, it sets Titus's ICV to 0. And how the enemies behave in this fight is their ICV gets set to -1 of whatever your first party member is. And if your ICV is 0, that means that your enemies are going to go very fast. And we need Kimari to be able to Stone Breath the Guado Guardians there. And Kimari will just never get a turn if the Guado's ICV are faster than Titus is 0. Now, that's phase 1. Here we have Anima. We just want to switch Titus out, because Anima will cast Pain, which one-shots one of your party members. And we don't want Titus to die, because Titus will make quick work with this. And then we also want to switch Riku in, and we want to steal. And we want to get 2 common steals here, because the common steal is 3 silence grenades. And we got it. Huge. We got both successful steals there, so we have 6 silence grenades. Which we want 6 silence grenades for the Wedding Crasher fights. Spoilers again. We don't specifically need silence grenades, but we want 6 throwable items that do damage. And silence grenades there just are the nicest thing to do it with. I'm going to level up Titus a little bit more. Give him some HP, give him some strength, give him some speed. And now I want to switch out Kimari for Yuna. That's not Yuna, that is Lulu. That is Yuna. Oop. And in a huge twist of events, we actually do the cloister after getting the Aeon here. In the little escape sequence. But we still need to do it. some more picking up spheres, putting them into things, pushing pedestals. And yeah, since every game needs an ice level, this is the ice level. So you have some slidey pedestal physics. The end goal is to put 3 of these Macalania spheres into the pillars to rebuild the bridge. Save that one for last. So we need to put in this one first. Because the last one to rebuild the bridge, if we move it from this one, it removes the way to get down there. That's it. And now we gotta make sure we do not hit the little reset switch there, forcing us to redo most of the cloister. Alright. Smokalania Trials, and now we are being chased by the Guado. And here is where knowledge of how the movements system really comes into play. Because this is a long, winding path with enemies chasing you. So you need to be very confident and comfortable with the movement of the game and how it changes with like the cardinal snapping and stuff we talked about earlier, in order to not get caught by a Gerudo. If you get caught by Gerudo, it's not the end of the... Gerudo. Wrong franchise. If you get caught by a Guado, it's not the end of the world. It just puts you into a fight, which you can flee from, it's fine. But it's time loss. Alright. And we're right into the next fight. It's gonna start the same as most other fights, with Titus hasting himself. We do one attack there. We're gonna mix a grenade, which is there, with a magic sphere to make a chaos grenade to absolutely nuke all of them. And we're going to do a couple hits here until the guy puts his arms up, getting ready to counter. Then we're going to hit it with Riku. So Riku gets countered, charging her overdrive a bit. And then to make sure Titus doesn't get countered, we're going to finish it off with an overdrive. There we go. And we don't get to see the lovely cutscene of Wendigo there breaking the ice we stand on and falling down to the bottom of Lake Macalania, but it's fine. We also don't get to see the cutscene of Sin waking up and tossing us over to Beaconel, separating the party from each other. I don't know why I switched to Brotherhood. Should do the other thing. Alright, we're just gonna defend till Lulu comes back. Titus lives. I flee from this fight, Because we just need to stall turns there until Lulu and Auron show up again. And then we can flee. And if we wouldn't have gotten 2 successful steals on Anima, this would be the place where we would have to steal throwable items from enemies here. But since we did, we can just flee from everything, which is really nice. Also, something worth noting is the counterattack that Wendigo did on Riku didn't completely charge her overdrive. There's a chance it completely charges the overdrive, but in this case it didn't. So we are going to have to charge Riku's overdrive elsewhere. The best place to do that is going to be inside home on one of the forest fights there. And also home on the forest fights is going to be where Kimari's Stone Breath really gets to shine again. But yeah, now we're just running through the desert, fleeing from every enemy we can. Which is all of them, because I haven't explicitly stated this, but now that we have First Strike on Titus, you will always skip the first turn, as long as the weapon is equipped. So even if we were to get ambushed, this is how ambushes work, by putting all the enemy ICVs to 0. And First Strike also puts whoever has the First Strike weapon's ICV to 0. And tiebreakers go in your party's favor. So Titus is just always going to be faster. I just want to level up Titus one more time here. Give him 4 more strength. But yeah, if we didn't have First Strike, getting through this place would be very difficult. Because all of these enemies would have outsped me, and if not one shot like every party member except Titus, and Titus would be 2 shots. It's very possible that Titus is also 1 shot from certain enemies, but here we are going to take 1 fight though. Because here's the big Sandagora that guards a chest. We are going to use Auron's second overdrive to get a home run. Instantly winning the fight. Now we're going to open the right menu, switch out Riku for Titus. Yeah, that chest there is 2 teleport spheres. Teleport spheres, they're used on the sphere grid to teleport the user to any node activated by a team member. Okay. And the second one, we don't actually want to fight, because we don't have Auron's overdrive. And fighting it takes a while. But we can nudge ourselves in here and get pushed past by Riku. Completely bypassing the fights. Now inside home. First, we have these guys, Guado and 3 bombs. And we're just gonna start by Titus hasting himself. And then we just start hacking away. Lulu and Arn don't get to do anything, they're just set dressing. And then on the second fight here is where Kimari comes in. Another nice thing about Lancet is when you get a new skill on your overdrive, it completely recharges his overdrive bar. So we can, by switching away from Titus with first strike into Kimari, Lanceting, charging his overdrive, Kimari immediately gets a second turn as well. So we can just Stone Breath immediately. Since we need to also recharge Riku's overdrive, we're gonna keep Kimari in the party on the next fight here. I'm also going to make a save here. If this next fight's an ambush, we have problems. Okay. This isn't the fight. This is just a random encounter. So we can flee from that. But this fight, we're gonna do a little differently. Because we want Riku to take a hit here. So we're gonna haste Kimari, lance it to Chimera, defend with Riku, who's gonna get hit by the Guada, charging a overdrive in the process, and since Kimari is hasted, he gets to move before the Chimeras, and he can Stone Breath. Right. And then, luckily for us, right at the end there were two chests, one with a level 4 key sphere and some level 2 key spheres. And once we get onto the ship, that is it for home. Now on the airship, we need to walk in and out of the bridge here. Talk to brother in the front. Start flying towards Bavel. And now at the top of the ship is Evray. A very tough fight casually, but we will be making quick work of Evray by abusing Riku's overdrive and Titus having very high strength. But first things first, as usual, that's items. Titus will haste himself to 1 cheer. And now we need to weapon swap, because we just do the same weapon, because we do not want to attack until after Riku's overdrive, which is going to mix a Lux Sphere we picked up in Killiga and a map to give ourselves guaranteed critical hits. Okay. And we're going to do 2 attacks. And then our second cheer. And now 3 more attacks will kill. And since Riku's alive, we're also going to steal to get a water gem, which is going to be useful later. Yeah, that's everything. Now we're gonna do some light party switching. First we're gonna heal everyone up. Switch out Kimari for Lulu. just because Lulu needs... I've already given Lulu more AP than she really needs, but just out of habit. Because Lulu, while we haven't leveled her up yet, Lulu's going to be a sort of sphere grid taxi for Yuna down the line. And now, with first strike on Titus, we switch him out to Kimari. Like Kimari throw a silence grenade, have Titus attack to kill, and Riku throws second silence grenades, killing the 2 monks. I only need to do... There's 5 fights here, I only need to do that strat on fights 2 and 4. Because the enemies are scarier. In fights 1 and 3, there's only one actually like scary enemy in the flamethrower monks. But here there's 2 and one very scary Machina that can eject one of your party members or just straight up kill you. And then for the last fight's going to be a bit different. We are going to haste Riku. Have her first throw 2 silence grenades to get rid of the monks. And then we're going to throw a bomb core at the guy in the back. Which we should only have 1 of. I think it's that one. That's a marble as a bomb core. Yeah. Huge. And that is why we wanted 6 throwables. And now that we're past the monks and the mechs, make our way into the Bavel Cloister of Trials. This one is... Yeah, it's longer than the last one we're gonna do in Sanarkand, but not by a lot. But there's significantly more downtime in this one. Because this one is all about picking directions on these pedestals, and then you're sort of on rails after that. So we're gonna go left first here. Pick up the sphere. Push the pedestal back in so we get back on the taxi. And then if we just hold X, we'll go back here. And then we have to go to the other side, place down our sphere. There's a little bit of execution here, but if you... it's almost a complete auto-scroller. You can mess up. And if you mess up, you lose a lot of time. Because you either get sent down the wrong path, or you just have to redo the whole section, which... not great. But hopefully, I don't mess anything up here. See, we want to go left, but we don't want to go left immediately. We want to go left on the second time it hits left after standing there. Which will allow us to go down here. I think this is by far my least favorite cloister. And I think that goes for most people who have played the game. Because even if you don't already know the solution, it's just very time consuming figuring it out and going down all the different paths and seeing what you can do. And when you know the solution and how to do it, it's just really slow. Because all of this, like, this whole first bit here was just to get this destruction sphere. Now we're gonna go back and retread old ground. The upside, as I try to cope to this cloister, is right after this we get Bahamut, and it is time to start power leveling Yuna. And since the Aeon's stats are dependent on Yuna's stats, Bahamut will also get incredibly strong. Which is going to carry us through the rest of the game pretty much. There's going to be a couple Riku mixes here and there, but it's mainly the Bahamut show from here on out. Here at the end of the cloister, we have to open this chest. Try not to hit the reset switch. And then we get to catch up with Yuna and see where she is, because she's in jail. And you're supposed to walk through here, pick up different party members like Kimari, Lulu, Auron here. However, we only care about Auron. And this is Auron's entire sphere grid purpose. We're not going to level him up. Well, we're going to level him up a little bit, but we're moving him over to this very specific spot, giving him this magic node so that Yuna can teleport here later. Because now we're just gonna give Yuna a bunch of stats. Use the teleport sphere we got to teleport to the node activated by Auron. We do actually want to give Yuna some defense as well. Oh, I should have done that later. It's fine though. This menuing here is decently intense because it's a lot, and if I mess it up and like level the wrong nodes or forget some nodes, it can be very hard to fix. But I didn't forget anything here. Just did it a little sloppily, but nothing too bad. And we just heal up. And now we get to see Ixion for a bit. Yeah, we got all the way back in Jose. Almost an hour ago. Here in this little corridor, we want to keep track of how many things we kill. It's going to be between 2 and 3, but because we still need some AP on Yuna for the rest of the run. So if we get 2 kills here, we want to get 2 kills later. More for a total of 4. We're gonna get 3, so we only need 1 more. And then here at the end of the hallway we have Isaru. Full-on Pokemon battle, he's gonna summon his Aeons. There's Ifrit. And you get to see the absolute insane power of Bahamut, with Yuna being as leveled as she is. And yeah, the first time we summon, we get the full summon animation. And then 1 punch for 12,000 damage. Should also say that the reason why Bahamut specifically becomes our carry through the end game is he naturally has break damage limit on. Normally there's a damage cap on 9,999, and you can break the damage cap, which allows you 1 more digit. So you could do 99,999. You can do it in other ways. Some weapons will have the ability on them, and you can break the Aeon's damage limit by doing certain things. Or each Aeon specifically has their own thing. It's tied to the celestial weapons, I think, to break their damage limit. But Bahamut don't need none of that. Bahamut can already hit over 9,000. Now, since Isaru summoned Bahamut, we can't. So So we go back to our trusty pony. And there's a critical hit only does 9,999. Or only. Because that's Ixion's damage limit. But, there we go. Right. And now you get to play as the second squad, or the swimmer squad, because only Riku, Waka, and Titus can swim in the party. So they get their own little jail that they have to break out of. Which isn't going to be that tough. So with First Strike we can just escape from normal enemies. And then we get a fight with every Altana, zombie version of every. And if you've played Final Fantasy games before, you know that you can heal or even Phoenix down zombie enemies to do damage to them. So using some powerful healing items, there I used an elixir, which fully restores HP and MP to just kill it in 2 turns. And then we have a long swim. So if you fight every Altana, quote unquote, normally, well not normally, but like not doing that, the fight takes place throughout like the rest of this area here. You have to fight through some of the gate locks and all that stuff, but if you get rid of every Altana quickly like that, it's just a nice little peaceful swim. And then up top side again, we're gonna level Yuna again with first a teleport sphere over to where Titus is. Gonna activate the strength sphere node we put down earlier from Blitzball binding. And then take her down the same path that Titus has been. However, we're also gonna give her this defense node here. And this magic defend node. The magic defend node there, it only gives 1 magic defense, which might not seem worth it, using a whole level up to give 1 stat point. But due to Aeon stats calculations, depending on what stats Yuna has, that 1 magic defense is gonna give Bahamut enough stats to do what we need him to do. And then there, since I killed 3 Arvas in the tunnel, I needed to kill 1 guy here. The usual power farming spot in casual playthroughs, because these guys give a lot of AP. And then we get to fight Seymour again, which starts with Titus actually needing to do an attack, just because we needed a tiny bit of extra damage to guarantee that Bahamut can come in and finish the job with 36,000. Then we give Yuna one more strength point. And now we're in the Calmlands. Got some very cozy music. And here, since we... Which, again, showing the strength of first strike weapons here. That was an ambush. Those 4 enemies are very scary. So yeah, we do not have a lot of HP to work with. But since Titus has first strike, he can just flee. The most difficult point of the run? Most difficult point of the run is... nothing's like too difficult, execution-wise. In terms of like pure execution, the only thing that's like can be kind of tricky is the Mushroom Rock Road skip that we do to skip Operation Mian, but even that's not like too complicated. The hardest part is just it's a lot of information, and knowing how to parse information quickly and make good decisions is tough. Especially if you can't read the language you're playing in. Right now, currently, the hardest part for me is the fact that I'm playing in Chinese. So menuing just takes a bit longer than it should, because I need to double check to make sure I'm selecting the correct items, I'm switching party members correctly, all that stuff. You also saw me steal from Flame Clan here for a fire gem. Because we need 2 gems. So we already have a water gem that we stole from Evray. But we also want a fire gem. So we have 2 total. And we're just walking all the way through Calmlands. In the next fight, Defender X again will show the power of Bahamut. Who will just make very quick work of Defender X. Then going into Mount Gargaset, we get to see Kimahri shine again. And it's also why we stole 2 gems. Because those gems will make quick work of Biran and Yenke. And Biran and Yenke can drop... Their rare drop is a friend sphere. And you can steal level 3 key spheres from them. And their common drop is a return sphere. So both quite good. That is water gem. Yeah, you can see how good they are. Both those gems are incredibly good. But friend spheres are faster if we manage to get them. But they are the rare drop, so we will have to see. We got 4 returns, which is the expected outcome. And with 4 return spheres, how you do... this is like the biggest like diverging path that can happen in the run, depending on RNG. Depending on what drops you get from Bjorn and Yankee. We're gonna double check. Yeah, it is return. With 4 returns, we're gonna save a level on Yuna by return sphering to the sphere she's activated just above. Get strength and agility here. Then we backtrack on Titus's path to give him armor break. And return spheres are quite nice because they allow us to customize first strike on a couple weapons. And let's see. There we go. I need to switch Auron out actually. I just switched Auron in. That's okay. Auron can be in. But we need to charge Riku's overdrive now to use for the next fight. And the easiest way to do that is on those mech guys. Just having Auron and Titus flee from the fight. And then you just have the remaining mech attack Riku. Because Riku's the only target it can pick. She's the only one left in the fight. And we need to charge her overdrive completely. So we can actually use her overdrive on the next fight. So I would like to see another mech encounter here. But if we don't get another mech encounter, then I'll have to charge it on just any enemy. It's the same strat, then you just have Titus and an Auron escape, forcing Riku to be alone in the fights. Yeah, there's very few skips in this run. Like, there we go. Like, Mushroom Rock Road skip is the big one. Guado Salam skip is also a big one, but we don't do that on Cutscene Remover because, well, it's not possible on Cutscene Remover. Also not necessary. Yeah, we remove all the cutscenes. And there's the very like minor Sandragora skip in Beacon El Desert, skipping one fight. But it's pretty nice that you're able to do that, because that fight's annoying. Regan, thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, an encounter right after Save Sphere? Okay. Alright, we just touched that Save Sphere to fully heal up. Because coming up here is going to be yet another Seymour fights. And I'm just going to make absolutely sure that that is Yuna. Yep, that is Yuna. Right. And for this fight, again, Yuna and Bahamut are the star, but on full returns, Riku is a very good support. We need to find an HP sphere. Ooh. Why not have another grenade? That's a lightning marble, right? Yeah. Okay. Small problem. How do I use all my grenades? Might still be fine. Okay, no, protect and reflect. Okay. That is unfortunate. Because now Yuna isn't gonna do nearly as much damage anymore. Okay. We're just gonna have to wipe. Actually, let's... Actually, I don't know if the auto... I don't know where the autosave puts me. Let's find out. Where did I use another grenade? Did I not buy like 4? No, I have a bunch. Here we're just all the way at the bottom. Whoops, okay. Silly mistake. Let's not do that again. Okay. I guess this just kind of goes to show how knife's edge a lot of these fights are. No, that's my grenade. There we go. Where? I mean, we're completely min-maxed to be just strong enough to barely win these fights. And it's very important that we get silence on Seymour here, so we can't cast Protect and Reflect. Protect being the big one. Because now Yuna can just kill them. Okay, that went a bit off course because I messed up my inventory, but oh well, it is okay. It is a very hard fight. It's in a casual run, that fight is incredibly tough. It's like I think there's 3 big, like, really hard fights through the main story. Evray being first, I think. Seymour Flux being the second, and then you have Yuna Leska down the line. Something I haven't talked about, might be worth mentioning, is that little, those little like voice lines, they are random. Some are longer than others, and if they happen at all, it's random. Ideally, our party members are very quiet throughout the entire of the run, but that rarely happens. But okay. Now, inside Gargaset, we have to do one kind of tricky puzzle and one very easy puzzle. The kind of tricky one is it's just a matter of timing. And you can do it consistently if you have a lineup or a queue, which fortunately I do. So the timing aspect is kind of removed, which makes it pretty trivial. Just gonna wait, throw the ball now. Huge. And we do also want to charge Riku's overdrive again. That, or we can teach Riku armor break. I've never actually done teaching her armor break before. And I don't think now's the time to try it. I'm pretty sure it would be faster in this scenario, but I'm just gonna charge Riku's overdrive. Okay, we have one more mix to do at the end of the run. So just need to prepare for that, but Gargaset isn't really the best place to do it. Because I mean, it's fine to do, but the enemy attacks are quite slow. Alright. Now it's time for the hardest puzzle of all time. You have to send respective party member into their respective hole. It's very complicated. They made it pretty easy. Like, not only are they like size correlated, but they're also color coordinated. So now, if I were in a panic to need more power spheres, these guys here are a good option to get some more, but I should be completely fine. Alright. Now it's just a matter of leaving the mountain. We have another boss waiting for us at the end. I do not need to touch the safe sphere, I think, but I am playing it safe. And then switch Yuna in. And again, we only switch Yuna in exactly when we know we need her. Because she also has first strike on her staff now that we customized earlier. So if you saw it at the start of the tunnel, or the mountain I should say, where Yuna was getting turns, I mean, Bahamut is just broken, where Yuna was getting turns before Titus. Because now that we've power leveled Yuna, her agility is higher than Titus. So she wins the tiebreaker. So we wanna... Reminds me, I want to switch her out immediately. So she's not gonna get turns on the remaining encounters. Alright. And we've made it to Saturgand. Probably my favorite song in here. Oh, whoops. That's... Whew. Okay. Very lucky. Could have been a game over, because I accidentally attacked, but... It's okay. We're fine. This is a pretty good chance to charge Riku's overdrive, though. Huge. Because yeah, enemies just do so much damage now. So charging Riku's overdrive usually only needs one hit. We opened that chest over there for a fortune sphere, which we can use to improve our luck. not our actual like RNG luck. We're still gonna get encounters and stuff, but it increases the chance for getting critical hits, which is very good, very good. And if I wouldn't have gotten the overkill on Seymour, I did, but if I wouldn't have gotten the overkill, then Yuna needs either 2 YKT kills or 1 Defender Said kill in the next Sanakan Dome part here. But since we got the overkill, we're chill. We can just flee from all the encounters. Also, since I got 4 return spheres, I need to open another chest. On this next little intersection. To the right here. Which has a friend sphere in it. If I would have gotten one of the rare drops on Bjorn and Yankee, the rare drop is friend spheres, so I could have skipped that, but I do need at least 1 friend sphere. Which I haven't actually said what they do. Friend sphere teleports you to another party member's location on the sphere grid, which is the entire reason why we've given Lulu any AP during this run, because we need her to get levels so that we can friend sphere to her with Yuna later. Speaking of, that's orange. That's what we're gonna do right now. So we're all the way down here where Lulu is. Get these 2 strength 4 nodes. Get this agility node. We put down our luck sphere here. Activate it with the fortune sphere we just picked up. Ooh, I messed up. It might be fine. I might need to take another kill somewhere, but it should be fine. I was supposed to use some of my excess return spheres there to save sphere levels on Yuna. By activating like the strength node there and then return sphering to it instead of using her precious sphere levels to move. Oop. But yeah, now we're in the last cloister of the game and the run, where we need to do 4 sets of, or I guess 5, including the one I just did. 4 sets of stepping on the tiles on the floor corresponding to what is lighting up on that screen. Oh, messed up immediately. I didn't mean to step on that one. I meant to step on that one. Fortunately, it's not that bad if you mess up right at the start. We need to pick up this sphere. Turning off all the lights. Making it a bit more cozy. Sphere goes in this pedestal. Fortunately, you don't actually need to like memorize all of this. If I needed to, this would be the hardest part of the run for sure. But it's a lovely little sheet, or it's just a set of images with the entire like floor mapped out. It's color coded and everything. Got red lines telling you where to go and which ones to step on. It's fantastic. So if you see me looking to my side constantly, I'm just cross-referencing. Oh. I was looking at the wrong one. It's this one. And that one. Again, unfortunately, it was one of the earlier tiles I messed up. So it doesn't reset everything I need to do. It just resets like the one I'd already done. Right. This is the last little bit of Tetris memory we only need to do. After this one, we just need to bring the sphere that is powering the display up front back to the previous room. Right. Alright. And this fight, as you might have suspected, it is yet again the Bahamut show. Summon Bahamut, and we punch. Alright, I need 5 or 6 sphere levels on Yuna. to make this work. I don't know if this is going to give me enough, actually. Because I messed up a bit earlier, but... Okay, 5. We're fine. We are going to use a black magic sphere to teach... Oh my god. To teach Yuna fire, so we can return sphere to it. And we're going to give her 4 agility, this MP node, and since I'm short a couple levels, return sphere to the MP node, and then give her last strength she'll need. And then touch the stake sphere. Normally you don't need to do the return sphere shenanigans there, but since I forgot it earlier, luckily I could do it there. If you had gotten... You only need to do that grid if you get 4 return spheres from Bjorn and Yenke. If you got 2 friend spheres, then you would have already gotten enough stats. Did not need that, but... There's going to be a couple... Actually, I think that's the last... No, there's one more... There's one more, like, gridding difference. Depending on if I got... How many return spheres I got, and how many friend spheres I got. But... Yeah, usually if you mess up the gridding and you need to back it up somehow, it's not as easy as that. But fortunately we're fine. And yeah, Yunalesca. Another zombie strike on Riku is actually very nice. Another fight that's usually very hard casually, but since we have Bahamut almost hitting the break damage limit, we make very quick work. We make very quick work of most fights. And I got a little excited there earlier on the seeing that I got a weapon drop from Yunalesca. Because if Yunalesca drops a weapon, it always has Zombie Strike. Which, as you might suspect, inflicts the... When you hit an enemy with a weapon with Zombie Strike, then you inflict the zombie status to them. Which means that they remember from every Altana. Means that they take damage from being healed. Which is quite nice. Yeah, now we've unlocked the airship. This is usually where, like, the game opens up and all the side quests and monster arena and optional aeons and celestial weapons and all that stuff, like, really becomes available to you. But we're not doing any of that. Oh. We're immediately progressing the main story. by going to Bevel, talking to Bahamut's Faith, telling him we're gonna kill Sin. I also should equip Riku's weapon before I forget. I will also say that the luck sphere that we got might come in handy here. If we get a couple of critical hits here, saving attacking turns, then it's all thanks to the luck sphere we got. If we don't get any critical hits, then it's useless and we could have skipped it. Because you need 2 impulses here to kill, but if one of them's a crit, you only need 1. So we just got that like luck sphere to increase our chances of getting a critical hit, but does not look like Bahamut is favoring us at the moment. We get to see this guy again, or the Big Brother version of Jano. I think his name is Janae, I think. Anyway, Janae isn't what's important. What's behind Janae is important. And since Impulse is a ranged attack, we just shoot that thing instead. So, Janae gets to live. And now we have to go out to the top of the ship again. For the last face of Sin, I guess. Well, not quite yet. First we need to go outside to talk to Yuna. Yeah, the cutscene remover makes... Well, it's allowed me to run the game. And made it a lot more fun to do runs of the game. Because you're not watching like 3 feature-length films every run. But I do still see the appeal of non-cutscene remover runs, because I mean, at the end of the day, that is the game, and this is a modded version of the game. However, it is very nice just to be able to do runs more. Like, not only being relegated to like, oh, you can only do runs on when you don't have work pretty much and you need to schedule your whole day to do it. Bonk. we didn't get any music here. That's unfortunate side effect of the cutscene remover. Most of the songs get a bit mucked up. Alright. There again, I made sure to put Yuna out of the active party to make sure that Titus actually gets the first turn so we can flee as soon as possible. Oren also has first strike on his weapon, but because Oren has a lower agility stat than Titus. Titus wins that tiebreaker. And this section here is you're just navigating through the maze of inside Sin pretty much. And you don't have a minimap for the place until you, well, explore it. You see as it's sort of like filling in as I'm going, but fortunately I have played this game before and I know where to go. Yeah, I do love the cutscenes in this game. They're very good. Especially like for the time. It incredibly beautiful. Very cool. But when grinding runs and trying to learn the speedrun, it can be, especially when you're like starting out, it can be quite daunting to, well, you haven't really learned the run yet. So sitting down for potentially like 10 plus hours, unsure if you won't even be able to finish the run. Not the most exciting. At least to me. Yo, Knut. Yeah, you can follow the rings on the glyphs to find the path if you haven't played before. So it's not complete blind chance. Alright. And now we're coming up to the last Seymour fights. Just making sure we put Yuna back in the party. Unfortunately, the music is not broken for this fight. First, we need to armor break. It hits. So. Then we hit him with the old bread and butter. AKA a Bahamut Punch. Unfortunately, this cutscene isn't completely skipped. So we get a little bit more of that music. Alright, that's enough. Switch Yuna out of the party. Making our way downtown. Trying to walk fast. And hopefully my little sphere grid mishap earlier doesn't bite me in the ass. I should be on track because I used I did save a sphere level using return sphere Sereth Warp, as it's called. Tech 1. So I did do that to save a level once. I don't know if you need to do it twice or not. I think once is fine. Otherwise, we'll figure something out. Okay. And now, my second least favorite part of the run, right after Blitzball. You have to do a little egg hunt right before the final boss. We need to get 10 of these eggs. Where they spawn is, of course, random. If I walk into any of these spikes, I will get an encounter. Like so. And the camera is constantly fighting against you. Well, not fighting against you, but it's moving at a very comfy pace to the left. So you just sort of have to try to make your way towards where the camera is moving, so you can see as much of the area as possible without getting hit by a spike. Okay, there we go. That wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. Alright. And now we have one more grid to do. Get some agility there. Ooh, I do not. Okay, wait a minute. I think I'm fine actually. No, yeah, I am. Aha! Okay. That's Black Magic Sphere. Ability Sphere. That's okay. And we use an Attribute Sphere to get a little bit more agility. Okay. For this fight, I switch in Riku. Want to do one last HP and grenade. That's a grenade. That's an HP sphere. One last Chaos Grenade. Titus is going to talk to his dad. Switch Auron with Yuna, who will then summon the old bread and butter. Then we have one little piece of RNG left. namely what attack Jax chooses to do here. Or sorry, BFA. Vraska's final layout. Doesn't stand for anything else. If he slashes his sword, I will lose a bit of time. If he jet beams me, I won't lose a bit of time. Come on. Okay, we're getting swiped. Sag. But should still be completely fine. We even get the overkill. And that's the real, like... That's the real last fight. Where something can go wrong. As long as you did everything correctly and taught spare change to Yuna, and you have either... If you got a weapon from Yunalesca, you have a zombie strike weapon. If you didn't get a weapon, then you just teach zombie attack to Titus instead. With his leftover sphere levels that he's gotten. You should be fine. Now spare change, which is really good for these possessed Aeons. Because you can throw money at them, and depending on how much money you throw, you do more damage. Or, well, it's exactly a tenth of how much money you throw. That's how much damage you do. And it always hits. That is the big thing. If you don't have spare change, you can still do the fights, because you have permanent, like, auto life on your party members, so it's impossible to die. But it's gonna be really slow. Because these guys have pretty high evasion. And we do not have pretty high accuracy. Because we haven't leveled anything more than completely necessary. But fortunately, spare change exists. And it's a great way to use all the excess gil we get. Works out perfectly. But yeah, we unfortunately need to kill all our Aeons. Which have been so helpful. Not you, Shiva and Ixion, or Shiva and Ifrit. Ixion has been very helpful. Shiva, not so much. Shiva would only be useful if you skip Ixion, which is possible, but unfeasible is the correct word. If getting like one push Mushroom Rock Road skip is unreliable, at least, skipping Ixion and all of Jose is pretty close to impossible. It is doable though, but it is highly, highly, highly improbable. It is very, very precise. So it's not really anything that, well, first of all, it's not doable on CSR or the cutscene remover, simply because it's not really run feasible for a human, at least, with the cutscenes. So the cutscene remover just isn't made to account for it being done. But who knows? Maybe something will be found eventually. And I would just toss the last of our guild on Bahamut. Goodbye, Bahamut. You were very useful. And then, with a ceremonious last boss, since Riku has a zombie strike weapon. So Riku punch. You see that now that it's healed, or tried to heal, it actually damaged itself. Is that actually... Does this guy have zombie, or did zombie get cured? Zombie got cured. Okay, we're gonna reapply zombie. Because unfortunately, Riku is too slow. There we go. And that's Final Fantasy X. Right. This run was pretty bad, all things considered. But I think this... I mean, that's the speedrun perfectionist, right? But with everything that went wrong, the RTA time, even with taking like the entirety pretty much of the 5-minute break, ending around 3:30, is pretty good. Pretty good. And yeah, I don't know. I love this game. Love this speedrun. Would love to get to showcase it at ESR. I'm not gonna watch all the credits. Okay, there we go. I can finally chill with talking for a bit. Oh, my voice. Oh. In celebration, do you guys want to see a sleepy cat? Yoshi. Damn, she's yawning like crazy. Cool. I'm just gonna upload that to YouTube and fill out the submission form. I have 3 hours to do so, I think. Oh, no, I have more. I have like 5 hours to do it.